All right, let's start Disco Elysium. Yes, yes, yes. The fucking main menu music there was so incredible. I have a video for you to analyze. Okay. I want to see. Oh no. Oh no. This video is super AI. Oh no.
No, I'm outside by tonight. GPS told me turn left, but all the niggas on the right. You know them drug dealers.
She's not even like, her mouth is like moving, but her teeth are still out. And then right there at the end, oh no. Oh no. They've just got AI videos playing on here now for money? Oh, no, this is Instagram. Watch her hand on her leg. Oh, no. Wait, does she literally, like, pull mass away from herself as she... Oh, she super does. Her leg and, like, side just shrink. Oh, no, that's... Okay. No! I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate AI. If this is what AI is, I hate this. I hate that this is what we've become. See what Adobe's
Mom,
trying to do?
Can
oh
we
yeah,
play
I
a fun
did.
disco game now? I don't like the eye lady.
I did see Adobe trying to destroy all the ability to create fan art. Not a joke. In case you didn't see, Adobe is trying to literally make it illegal to copy somebody's style, which just sounds like plagiarism. But they're like, the way that they're wording it, if you made fan art of something in like the style of that show, that would be illegal. Like, let's say you made fan art of Steven Universe in the style of Steven Universe, fuck you, that's illegal now. They're trying to blame it on AI. They're trying to say like, oh, we want to make it AI, we want to make it illegal to copy somebody's style so that AI can't do stuff. Zilk doesn't like me? What? No, Zilk loves you. Zilk wrong. Anyway. What? No. What even happens when you make your own character? How does that work? Oh, you get ability points up here. That's like the most balanced character you can make. 333. Okay. Anyway. Okay. No, his name's not Raphael. It's Harry.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You may have notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
I know he's still grinning under those DSLs. Do you mean Harry or Kim? I made Harry stop grinning. Harry? Nah, I fixed it. I fixed it. He's not doing the expression anymore. Hello? Bye, Chloe. I did save scum to beat the expression, but that's because I really, really wanted to beat the expression. Oh my god, so many of the Hardys are fucking dead.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you. You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment.
Aw,
and its
Gart likes
clientele
us now.
From gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Must be.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a bad ass.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Yeah, I guess you are a badass.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself, stepping onto that balcony.
No problem.
Jesus.
They'll come back. They always do.
Well, Northern Lion's still here. The man is unfazed. It's all about the money, you know? Gotta spend money to make money. Money is what really matters. Say money can't buy you happiness. It means you just don't have enough money. You have to invest your money wisely. You can buy stocks with money. And use those stocks to make even more money. That way you'll have enough when you grow old to make new money. Real estate is the graveyard where tired old money goes to rest. Money is what literally makes the world turn. The laws of money are just like the laws of nature. Unpaid labor doesn't net you any money. No such thing as free money. Money is all about numbers. Money is actually all about trust. It's all about money, you know? You gotta spend money to make money. Hi, Hex.
Hi again, Gendarme.
Suggest you reload and just nod stoically. Okay, you know what? Sure, I will. I would like to see what he says if I nod stoically. That leg hurts maybe if you don't run. I honestly expected it to take away my ability to run.
Oh, you're up. It's good to... You're well. I wish you a quick... Oh, you know. I don't remember... Yeah, I want...
It really took
Okay.
courage. Don't pick at him. He nods back at you, even more stoically. Just two badass men nodding stoically. Make
Hi,
that
Lily.
3. The lieutenant is nodding too, hands crossed.
Okay, you know what? +2 on that. Good reload. Like everybody nodding stoically.
No problem. They'll come back.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Yeah, 3 warriors of light right there.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
His hand is covered in bruises and half plastered. Still, this hulking lump of man is glad to be alive. This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Now, how can I help you? Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Lizzie and Angus, they were just stupid kids.
It's what I've been
Didn't
saying from the
realize
start,
the shit
Titus.
they got
You're not a
into
cop.
Before it was too late. I feel responsible for both.
Your fucking machismo bullshit got you here.
Really.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer. An honest tactic, and effective.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
I had to plug in my watch. Let it charge.
Dennis, that poor little rat is dead too. I always thought he'd run. But no, he stayed. Stupid, brave fella.
He didn't like him. That only makes it worse.
Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right. It means you might die tomorrow. So live every day like it's your last. Ain't that right, fellas?
He sure
Absolutely.
did.
Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. 'Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy.
What, Memento Mori? I know what it
Busting some
means, but I
heads.
don't think Harry does.
Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows, and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy boys.
Wish you had learned your lesson, Titus.
Don't know? Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
Nope.
Same here, man.
He shrugs and tries to look uninterested.
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Rebacho.
Hell, you both look like you could use some feminine company right now.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
You're welcome, Dina Claude. You're all right in my book. Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo Loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Jamrock. Scars make the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire. but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, Copper.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
I will, Capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, 'cause the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Beano Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12% tonight.
12% don't matter if you drink 17 fucking beers. What is Beano Claude? Is that racist? Is that making fun of his glasses? I don't know.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift. I am not drawing my gun, yet, but I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay? Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
It's hardly surprising.
Chad, I was watching a show last night. I decided to just relax in bed after stream and watch a TV show. I watched the first 2 episodes of a show called Suits, which was a show on USA about about like a dude who's like has like an eidetic memory and wants to be a lawyer and like works at a law firm even though he didn't go to Harvard and shit, and is like Harvard fucking we all know Suits. I didn't know it existed until last night. Anyway, it reminded me of something though, which is that when I was a kid, I wanted to be a lawyer. Fun fact. And like I think in another life I probably would have been, with like a better education and slightly better parents who didn't move me around all the time. I probably would have been a lawyer. There's a good chance that with a better education and a like less moving around, like more of an opportunity to actually flourish and grow, I would have either become a lawyer or a psychiatrist, like a therapist. Either one. Because when I was a kid, I really wanted to help people. At first, I wanted to be a cop, but then I was like, then I realized cops were bad because, you know, they run red lights. We talked about this. They run red lights, and that makes them bad because they get to break the laws and other people don't. So that's not fair. You know, when I wanted to be a cop, I'm talking like age 1, like really, really young before I understood they were bad. And then I was like, okay, well, how else can I help people? And people were like, well, you could be a therapist that helps people mentally, or you could be a lawyer, and that's kind of like a cop, but lawyers are actually good. They help people, even when they help people against cops when cops are bad. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I want to be a lawyer. And then when I grew up, I was like, actually, I've been through so much emotionally, I want to be a therapist, actually. But there's a good chance that I wanted to... No cop arc. There's a good chance that I would have been a lawyer with the proper support, or at least tried to be one. I really like arguing when it's like in a
Should we go?
Like, I think lawyering is kind of perfect for autistic people because you're operating in a really specific set of rules, right? Like, it's arguing, it's like debate club, but like in a specific set of rules. It's not just debating some rando on Twitter, right? There are specific rules for how you have to act, what you have to say, how you can present your evidence, all that sort of stuff. So like, it's so codified and there's so many rules that I think it's actually kind of a perfect job for autistic people. Yes, I do have a very, very strong innate sense of justice. Like, hugely. That is an autism trait.
You see the same 2 neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, Only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
You're trying to find someone who's guilty, though? Yeah, probably. That's the other part of the reason I didn't become a lawyer, was because I knew I'd have to defend people who were absolutely, definitely guilty, and I wouldn't be able to do that. If I had to defend somebody who I knew was capable, like, who I knew committed murder, and I had to try to get them a lesser sentence, I'd be like, nope. Nope. Not doing it. But you can't be a lawyer who only defends the innocent. That's just not how the job works, unfortunately.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime. The island in the bay.
No, I know they do, but like I said, strong sense of justice.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass. It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make?
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Poor Kim.
Of course. I mean... How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Well, now he sounds a little excited. I mean,
a red thread runs through the neon. 1 kilometer away, an unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere. The shot would have been a small miracle. Then there's the thread.
Yeah, I don't know. A 5% chance for it to have come from there? I don't know. Why is Mike... I've been meaning to ask this since I started this game. Why is Mike Ehrmantraut on the wall up here? Why is Mike Ehrmantraut on the wall? I don't get it. Walter. Oh, good. I don't know what this says.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
One day I will return to your side.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday. And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Are you trying to imply fingers?
You could buy some smokes.
No!
Light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way.
I shouldn't have done this. Hey there. No, I'm not doing that.
Officer, it is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all about that kind of pain. I've had hip trouble for the past week. Maybe it's time to slow down, enjoy life a bit. Anything I can do to assist you?
officer.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lit an off-key melody.
You know, I never did
playing
play
after
with
you
this.
Ring the doorbell. Then
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore, so I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
a single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. You ring the doorbell, but no one answers. Just seeing the words Andro Orlando gets your hackles up. Its very existence is a threat to your masculinity, to say nothing of your hair. All you hear is static, but no one answers the call. You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens. Try again. You didn't press it hard enough.
Thank you for calling the 24-hour window company. This is an automated message. Are you experiencing a window-related emergency?
Wonder if I could have called this to get a better, wonder if I could have called this to get my window replaced in my room in the Whirling in Rags.
But we're always there for you.
It kept making a point of how the window was cold. I kept wondering if I could fix it.
12 name cards on the call box read. You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything. You can almost hear them breathe.
Yes, hello. This is Triton Ennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list.
What?
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
It's a woman, and she knows you. Your heart beats faster. She must be mistaking you for someone else. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please.
Sounds like a ghost. Wind blows through your clothes and you feel detached from your surroundings. Inside the building, a cold memory hangs.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice.
She in the pail?
It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
She sounds like she's about to cry. The cold is deep under your skin, as if you were talking to someone who's 100 years away. Somewhere inside the building, water is flooding the cellar floor. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read. Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident.
That seems like intentional wording.
Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Silence. No one answers your call. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
This button looks new. I wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't been connected yet. Is it the dice makers?
No.
Are you?
Hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions.
A
Forget it.
97%.
Find something else
Are you
to do.
fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm so mad. Oh, there's not even like an accept thing anymore. What? That's not even what I was leveling up. There's not like an accept thing down here anymore. It just goes through now. Okay. That's what I meant to do. What are the chances of that? 3%.
An old call box with a matrix. Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger, healthier, and... alright, maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships. Oblivion's the ace in your corner. There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell, waiting for her to answer the call. It's cold outside, and you can hear the wind blowing into the speaker. A strange metallic taste fills your mouth as you stare at the intercom. There's the static again, whispering like a seashell pressed against the air.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order? My God.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice again.
Wait, is she...
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling and echoing in the box. Your hands are getting cold and your breathing becomes visible, forming small silvery
just like a TikTok.
puffs in the air.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean. It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget about you.
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her voice is being played off a wax cylinder. Real or not, your mirror neurons react. It feels painful to be listening to this. Anger boils up in your chest. Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. From time to time, you can hear people talking in the distance, but can't make out any words. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going.
Anonymous says, I stole Zilk's pants.
Zilk doesn't have pants.
The phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and
He doesn't even
someone
have
walks
legs.
by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around the sounds.
My pants have been stolen.
No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female voice speaks out, completely different from the one before. Glorious and total somehow, crawling inside your head.
For
Oh wow.
300 years,
No pants,
I
no
have
problems.
been here, volatile and luminous, made of sodium and rain. If you want me, You can find me on the beach. Dans un dernier bal.
So... It was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
Wait. She said you can find me on the beach. Where? Where is she on the beach?
An old door.
Does this count as the beach? I don't see anything.
Just dead and dying locusts. Poor things.
Yeah, it probably definitely was. I just didn't talk to it for a long time. Didn't seem like there was a reason. It looked like an abandoned building. I guess that would make sense. I did, the other time I heard that voice was in the fucking thing.
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool. Cool, cool, cool. That's very cool to Kuno. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
Feels good for some reason.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you. Who knows?
What do you think, Kuno S?
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
The fact that Kuno can become your partner is insane. Kuno basically was just like, what you did was cool. You know, the song that not to be all depressing and sad, but the song that on the Disco Elysium OST by British Sea Power that the horn is based off of, called Instruments of Surrender, really fucking good song when you're sad. I think this horn is going to live in my brain forever. No, this isn't Red Rock Riviera. This is, well, I mean, I don't know, maybe, but I don't think that, when I listened to that one, it's not what it sounded like. It's, it sounded like, Instruments of Surrender. Sure, Len, go for it.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife, not bullets. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace, though. You have a true boyadero heart. Hiding, gathering themselves.
No, the horn's not Red Rock Riviera. Hold on.
No getting in or out for the time being.
Oh yeah, I'm specifically talking from the OST. I'm talking this song from the OST. Instruments of Surrender by British Sea Power. Well, I guess it's just called Sea Power now. It's just a good song. As dead as this city gets anyway. There was.
No, man. Not today. Today is war.
He says it matter-of-factly, like it's no big deal.
Time will tell. I'll tell Evrak you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad. I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live. I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
I wonder if Measurehead's still up here. Doesn't look like it. He is not. Which means I can finally get this box. And it was just one real and 10 cents. These moments we live are precious, and try as we might put a claim on them to make the march as always just be on the grass, and that I think is disco. Disco is hell.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive. Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show. Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right? Okay.
Telling him is a really bad idea. The lieutenant throws you a quick glance. What are you doing?
Woof. Good on her. And good on you, too. Better focus your efforts on the bad guys. Mercs and such. Plenty of baddies to go around. And she didn't do it, believe me. If it's something bad, then she didn't do it. Didn't know her for long, but I know people.
He's relieved.
All right. That's enough sharing details about the investigation for one day.
Sorry for when you find out I lied to you, Tommy.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling.
No, she doesn't, Authority. She sounds incredibly concerned.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You didn't only get shot.
Well, good for you. Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Well, you know, Harry thought he could be a cop at some point. Oh, okay. No voice here. Nothing, just ruins. There should be some kind of fortification there before the war for the communards. An ancient aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. Haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. We sad to lose the first one.
That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that.
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't
Anonymous
keep you
says,
up at
no
night.
more yawning.
What can I help
No
you
more
with?
horny. No more sex. Become family friendly.
I'm gonna fuck your wife while I'm sleepy.
Aye. Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here.
Doppelganger wants to be footed with? Don't worry, I'll fuck your wife too.
Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen. I'm not sure those were the last of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
Then we'll be ready for them.
Sleepy fucking sign me up. Sleepy fucking is good.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
And that iron. That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets. They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes. I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes. No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. Our father killed himself.
Okay. I didn't expect to hear that out of like a 3-year-old's mouth.
Don't say that, he didn't.
A dull pain flashes through your mind.
I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy. There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
I know, that's what I was saying before when I said that I shouldn't just write off everything they say. Therefore, they don't know what to say, so they'll just say whatever is brutally honest. Oh yeah, I was gonna do that.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker. No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely. No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now. You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
They're shutting you up, silencing you. Don't fucking drop your guard. Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook.
Half-Light's fucking scared.
And the white suede feels like your fingers waste no time closing around the handle. Clutch disengaged. The handle is pulled back. In the cabin, you see a set of steering.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Right. Please hold.
10-4, come in. Fireworker.
Alice doesn't get enough screen time. She's hot, and I like her voice a lot.
10-4, sir. Glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer?
10-4, sir. Roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report. 10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir. I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over. Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
So I'm just never gonna get an answer to that of whether or not I was on the take for a drug cartel, huh? I'm never gonna learn that one. I really don't want to do this, but I also want to clear all my tasks. I really wish I hadn't gotten that as a task.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror.
That's XP just sitting there.
Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get
I've already
in,
got 2 other
that's
things that
it.
that are in there that I
One
don't
pull
want to
of the
do, like
starter
drink and do
handle, and
drugs.
you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Wait, so this is a point of no return, but like, do I find this on the island? Do I find this on the island? Do I do this on the island? Well, yes, okay, this one I do. But what about these 2? I would like to do these. I guess I probably would find this one on the island. I don't know about this one, though. Play the game? I am playing the damn game.
The skiff, once you get in, have you made... Remember what the net picker said.
What? Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Wow, okay.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
Is that saying Disco Inferno?
Want to be free. Want to be free.
Yes, Lynn.
It will last
Mother, I want a boombox now.
No, I see it.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
Yeah, that was good.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
So could I have gotten to the island through the supply depot?
For bringing munitions
if I pass
to the
that
island,
check?
maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain. From enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
You can't pass that check? What is it, hard-coded to fail even with double sixes? That's fair. Game's gotta fudge some dice rolls occasionally, I guess. There's the sniper. Or a weapon, anyway. Is that a rangefinder? It looks like a weapon.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe.
I wouldn't just sleep away a whole day.
Grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
I guess I did just get shot. I'm afforded some rest. You did say you could find me on the beach. No, this is definitely like a dream or something. Where does it want me to go? No door here. There she is.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go.
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime. Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality. Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder,
remember a video rental coming up.
Silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway. Hey. I mean, hey to you too? I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry? Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads. Sometimes, not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
This is everything I always warned you about.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions. She sighs and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into...
I see. I had some suspicions about this. I idolized whoever I was with. I treated her as if she was Dolores Day. Even now, that's who I remember her as, but that's not who she was, really.
She does not answer. There's that expression again. Silence. A distant wind blows. You can't think of anything pretty to say.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova.
Or maybe it's literal.
Really,
Maybe I
we don't
killed
have
Dolores
anything
Day.
to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
She is humanism, I suppose.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day. Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Everyone. Literally all of you.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What?
I will.
1,000 times you beat an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane.
The morning? I don't understand. Oh my God, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn. Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
It's not, but... I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again. It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight, but it's clear you're still making her sad. It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew. Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
There is a silence. She looks at you, then over her shoulder, then corrects the wreath on the dome of her forehead. As you talk, it feels like chewing on gravel, granite, steel bars.
It's okay. No, Harry, we can't. We already tried again, and it didn't work. I don't know. Please. Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
She avoids turning them to you. They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
You know what I mean. A little down. You've worked there for so long, you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions.
Questions? Did someone say questions?
Like dialogue trees, I get it.
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now. It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for years, and then you start beating things. You get violent. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova. We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters. Okay, Harry. Okay, it was morning and you slept. The room smelled of cigarettes and Rowans. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. It was autumn, the first one we had together. But you have to understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No. It was 100,000,000 years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants, smoking at the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore. Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river, To the aquarium first. I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face. The octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me. Talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret. And my crown of immortality? No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping. Nothing will. I've been poisoned by newspaper and news. All I can do is scream at them and think of her, secretly.
I'm doing my best.
It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. There, you could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
Surely the alcohol didn't help either.
Everyone has a little glass of wine every now and then. I certainly do. It's a Queen Regnant thing. I don't think it was the alcohol. It was inevitability.
See, if you drank with her, you'd be cool again. If you drank with her, you could have sex on alcohol.
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome. I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
that was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and am happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. I won't see you, but you will see me. Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time, so long ago. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
You're up quick. How was your sleep? I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound. Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
I'm fine. You just don't really want to see yourself in Harry. Somebody I never got over either. I don't know if I ever will.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
All things communist. Maybe my only conceptualization. I'd have something else. Thank you for the pack, Smalley.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique, and detective stories. Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor. You do feel there's something you're not getting here, though. Oh well. Soft covers, serial.
This game makes me realize that it's probably a very good thing that I can't get drunk. And I don't mean to say that to, like, worry anybody, but, you know. It probably just is a good thing that I can't actually get drunk. Not without so much alcohol that it's unfeasible, and even then I don't, like, feel it the way that other people seem to.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. Downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator. The hollow ring, the canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
Hope this is still a good watch for you, chat. I do kind of feel bad about, you know, maybe I shouldn't have started the event with such a depressing game. I don't know. Everybody wanted me to play this so bad. I thought it would be a great thing to start the event with, but Between this game being depressing and all the other shit that's gone on around and outside of, you know, this lootathon, I feel like I haven't put on a very good show.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Maybe. Fuck it, we go all in on empathy. We go all in on empathy. Fuck it. Empathy +6. Go.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. Sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something.
Shouldn't have sold that fuel can. God damn it.
Engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence, nothing happens. The dial slides under the glass, silently. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, Feld Insula, are written on the band.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
How many? I have 14 charges of magnesium. Why is there so much magnesium in this game, despite the fact you take very little morale damage? Well, you do. You take morale damage, but there's a lot of morale heals. And then there's so many fucking times you take physical damage and not that many heals.
A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
I suppose. wanted Harry to be a better man.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Yeah, on the console just southeast of here. Remember? Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
After this game is over, we're gonna watch a video by my favorite YouTube reviewer, Noah Caldwell-Gervais, on this game while I eat and stuff. That's what I've decided we're going to do. I've wanted to watch that video for a really long time, but I never have because I didn't want this game to be spoiled.
Feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in. With a bottle in your hand. Yes, cold and still. But love is warm like the inside of her mouth. Yes, 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 yes. No, no. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over. Perhaps there's someone there, under the water.
I probably would like that, yes.
Maybe. You know it's going to hurt.
I think I get the pail a little bit more, though. I still think, as a thing where you have to take the world as a physical, real place, the pail is kind of silly. If you have to think about it mechanically, the pail is kind of silly. But I get it now. The past and present and future of everybody who's ever hurt to live on this planet. It's the past that you cannot run away from, that Harry is always trying to run away from. That's why it feels so good to go into it. Because there is a calming, there's a warm calm to nostalgia. The going back to the past. Yeah, it's the past that consumes your mind. I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers.
And I sure have cried a lot more this week. Well, I guess it's a new week, but I sure have cried a lot more since the start of this this Lootathon for game reasons and not game reasons than I ever have in the past like fucking 10 years. Jesus.
Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you.
You guys know how difficult it is for me to cry, so, well, I guess not everybody knows that. For those of you who are new here, I really, really, really don't know how to cry. I don't know how. I can't even when I want to. So if something can make me cry, it's some pretty powerful stuff. get up there? Oh, this is a hill up. I see.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns.
This is the smallest church in Sussex. Or St. Son's, whatever. That like doo 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 in the background, that's you hear it, right? Also, I'm okay, Joey. I don't need anything. Thank you, though. If you want to get me anything, you could get me meat for lunch, I guess. I would wait until I'm done with the game. Just so it's not here and like getting cold while I finish this. The song that Harry sings, The Smallest Church in St. Sands, it's based on a real song, which is this song, The Smallest Church in Sussex. That's the smallest church in St. Sussex. Now listen to the song here. Oh, of course, now it's not playing anymore. But it was. It's the same song. You can hear it. It's the dun dun dun. Like, it was there.
And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
Maybe restarting. Hold on.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Wait, hold on. It's not there yet. Yeah, hear it? It's not like 1-to-1, but it's really close. Can't usually pick out leitmotifs like that. Not usually good at it.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area. The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window? I can see it, through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest. Hand on the hair trigger. On a calm day.
All of this feels like I wouldn't have even figured this out if I didn't find the bullet. What happens if you don't find the bullet? Do you still end up here?
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest. In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
He looks north, over the fortification. Then at the mattress. He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize.
I guess if you interview Claudia, she would still say he got shot, so... And the Hardy Boys would eventually say that they did not actually hang him. Like, that wasn't what killed him.
Where?
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says, he feels uncomfortable suddenly.
We should move now.
The console is powered off and covered in dust.
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer. This old cylindrical generator waits.
This is about to
with its
become my
fuel
most
cap
played
open.
game on my Steam Deck by
Makeshift
like
electrical
tenfold.
wiring runs out of its side and across the floor.
Just constantly having a game of this running, doing different
The
things, trying
lieutenant
different
assists
things.
you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours
Hopefully
out,
the
and the room
gamepad
fills
controls are not
with
that
a
bad.
chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side
Not
of the
I can
cylinder
play it with
and a
PC
start
controls,
rope
it'll just
on
be
the other
annoying.
side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
How is a game like this on the Switch? That's a baby console. Game like this,
A
of all
dim golden
things.
glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Urgence ouvert reads one dial key. Allumé reads another.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
It's not hard. It's not about it being hard to run. It's just too serious.
Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in. A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
After you. I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
Don't be. I have a gun.
Harry, this reminds you, you're out of bullets.
Then it's extra good that mine is not.
Unless you've got the armor pieces, I guess I'm kind of fucked.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
The what now? I can't hear you. I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
I did. And you opened it. How? I should have burned that console down. Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
But yeah, you didn't say that, Cam.
I did.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie.
I'm not sure that I disagree with him there.
The fascists were right about rock and
but
roll.
I disagree with this.
It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental
Sadness
illness
is how the
music.
bourgeoisie keeps us down. I would agree with that, though.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done. It's a 3-angong 446.
A Samuran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Not that much. He does sound like that.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board. Yes, I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's a fire, the next, a fire gone out. The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
Yell at him now, loud. The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's forehead.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangle, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
This guy killed the Cornell commander because of something in his past, didn't he? That's what this game is about. It's about the past following you. It's about the past hurting you. It's about a past that you can't let go. It's about being lost in it. It wasn't an accident, but it wasn't personal to Cornell or the Union or the dock workers or anything. Sometime in that Cornell guy's past, Lely hurt this guy or somebody close to him. And now there's just a bitter old hateful man. That's all that's left. Didn't even have anything to do with Kostya. Arresting her probably would have been bad. It probably would have killed her. She's a liar, and I don't think anything she told me is the truth. Didn't even have anything to do with her.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does. The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him. The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorics. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
What is a partisan in this case?
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient.
That's when I was born.
And consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties. 43 years. No. I've been on other islands too.
Yeah, 07. That's when I was born.
I was in a resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago. 43 years and 10 months.
The length of my entire life.
It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't. He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, The streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution. Always. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do. I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism.
Oh.
A second is all it took for reaction to take hold. Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. The combined might of international capital, all at once, all the greed and terror in the world, tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room. I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back.
Yes, those notes.
The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Some kind of great terror.
We are at the end of the game.
Ever seen.
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Yefreto.
I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore. It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender. The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis, the black-eyed angel. How does anyone survive? I steal supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
You also have Druami.
I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
It's the little joys. A dark joke, a sunshiny day, morphine. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund. I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno? At least you know it. The traders of this city turned the lights back on in the 30s, after the fighting stopped. Ruins, glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
It was hard in the 10s. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock Forberg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course.
Of course, you're
Those
racist.
fucking Kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead. At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
A man so deeply consumed by the past.
So you finally found
Doesn't want anybody else to move
There
on
must have
either.
been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Belma Graves, right?
I see.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however. The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it.
Thank you, Joey.
Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground. I do. They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
Hi, Marissa.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army. Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
So many reeds here. This would be a great place to find the Phasmid.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control.
I still
and
believe.
follow the ideology of the commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution. a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
And now look what you are.
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
No, you're not. You're a liberast.
Communist thoughts in my head.
All the real communists are dead. They died fighting for communism. Are you dead? No. You're an inert lumpen with a gun.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But this is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. Going straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal. Nothing comes to you. Silent, and in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
Damn it. Ask it already, he wants to say.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
They're all gonna be wrong, aren't they?
The who now? Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. Who cares? There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and on Clausia's balcony. Is this a coincidence? Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
It also makes sense he would be changing his
but not the
clothes.
soul.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. More. He's gonna crack, but you need a little more.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part. Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
I know.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? 4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it. Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Like a marionette on some invisible string. Tie up every loose end now. There's no other chance.
You know what? Fuck it. Why not?
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may. Classier. With the victim. You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
I don't like any of these options. I don't care about the protection of the law. I don't care about him being a soldier. But I don't want to say that any person deserves to die. I don't think that's a judgment any of us are allowed to make.
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company
No, 3 isn't
killer
neutral.
dies.
3 is very
I
much
haven't
trying to
seen
be
you
like...
on this coast for 40 years.
It's like bigging him up a little bit.
You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds. Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique. Them fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out,
The words of
soothed in
weapons,
the
you're
arms
very
of a
right.
young woman. I wanted him
said.
to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second.
So what I said before was right, but it's even
Writhing.
worse. It's not even like he had a personal grudge with the deceased. He's just a man full of hate because he can't let go of the past.
That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it,
it wasn't even personal.
I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But
it does remind me of someone.
Everything.
This man has seen
but I've done everything I could to make him not be that way.
And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it.
Alright, well.
I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs.
Could you stop? I don't want to get in trouble.
I snorted a line of whatever shit she was on. Right there. She needed it just to move. Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut. After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
That's a very outdated term for them in the UK. People don't call them that anymore.
I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better. Why would I need that trash?
I didn't when I was there.
I'm not going to Villiers. I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised.
I've had a lot of people from the UK tell me they don't say that anymore.
Yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revershal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio. I'm not blind, am I?
It quickly comes to you.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife. Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny. Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake. See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air, burning.
What an option.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman. It's the same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation. No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8. There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes. The day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there, to leave the flowers.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days. Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vicmair points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers. Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house.
I don't know what a charnel
Stripped
house is.
clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst. Because of the racists, everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins.
Not
Intense, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
Well, don't worry, he's dead now too.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
Christ.
What was that about? Steroids? It piqued your interest. Ask about that cock on parade too. Make sure you get everything here.
Whores.
Man, he's just hate. He's just hate. He's just what living in the past does. This is Harry in 5 years, 2 years. Hey, Double.
Yes, steroids. A racist on steroids. What is my opinion? You think the rich man has an opinion on this idiocy? Is the rich man on the radio telling you his opinion? No. The rich man's looking at real estate and fiddling his kids, wading through the corpses. You moralist types are all crypto-fascists, eternally fascinated with lurid race.
No, I just want to say he's a piece of shit.
Helping the ruling class conduct their swindle, keeping the inane conversation going on Channel 4. The rich man doesn't care about complexion. He rules the world, and he laughs at your moral soliloquies.
I'm a little uncomfortable with how many little bits of this guy I agree with. Have I really become so jaded and hateful?
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat.
He is a hypocrite, that's true.
That deformed toad, I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation, the smart one.
Edgar.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
I don't know, I think this guy fucks with me because he's everything I try to not, like, it's everything I'm terrified of becoming. It's why when something hurts me and something tells me that I should, like, stop trusting people or I should be meaner or anything like that, I always fight against it. I always try to learn the opposite lesson. I try to be better. I try to say next time I'll be even nicer. I don't want to become like this guy. But, like, it's so easy. It's so easy to give into this, to hate.
First against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
I mean, I pity this guy, but I'm still afraid of becoming him and then pitying myself.
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him.
Yeah, I also think he gave up completely.
Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things. "20 years ago, neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then. Edgar did the talking, paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform, offered platitudes about the struggle, flaunted his pink degree, even quoted Marzoff. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought. Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this. You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Oh no, the connection doesn't come to you on such a pivotal moment. Slap yourself in the head again. Jumpstart it. By God, we are on the edge, in the very end, and you can't even remember what you're trying to connect, can you? While the murder suspect stares at you with contempt.
Officer.
He quickly realizes what is happening.
Mr. Dross, about this deal you made with Edgar, the death of the Colonel mercenary was only coincidentally beneficial to the Clares. But what about the other people you've killed for them?
Other people?
Like the previous 4 women of the Union.
That's it. That's what you weren't connecting yourself.
I didn't fight 40 years to end up an informant for the international regime. What happened, happened.
Still dumb, your eyes are transfixed on his digit. It's yellow with nicotine. You could say he has dirty fingernails, but that's just a fact. It's not going to do anything.
Look who's up. From the drunken stupor. This one's worse for wear than me. Emotionally frayed. Life is hard for us human beings in deregulation hell, isn't it?
We will have plenty of time to talk about this later, Mr. Dross. When you're in pre-detention. It can take years in pre-detention.
Go ahead. I've been in solitary confinement my whole life.
Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster. The lieutenant mitigated it. Just proceed, calmly.
Every fucking morning, for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor. I remember him. I remember
Just gotta
him
let him keep
from
talking.
Lanos. Not him, personally. He's
just gonna give up more.
There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one. Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
He whispers with such predatory hunger, it borders on longing.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls.
Yeah, I think you're right, Heater.
And
Also, hi, welcome to chat. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you there. Nice to have you.
Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one. For him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure
yeah,
you've
he
gotten
was.
everything from him?
No. I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it. All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God.
Yes, that is a type of care.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of something else, but no. It's just hatred.
Fuck you.
It really does.
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
Well, my empathy is at 19, yeah. Or no, 13, sorry.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
Glad we talked about what?
His lip curled.
Glad we talked about what?
I'll do this. 58% chance if I don't pass it, then I can redo it.
What strikes you about this
Or I can just
gaunt man
pass
is
it.
not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild. Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough,
Then the
is
meat
there.
that
It is capable
Joey
of
got should be here
expressing
soon. Just got a
complicated
text.
ideas. Above all,
Might even be
he
here by now.
seems animated.
Oh, okay.
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief despair. You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on. Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way.
Yes.
In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You said you take painkillers.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses. Not enough money for a greedy doctor.
It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Like some kind of decadent rock star. No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
I ain't going anywhere.
Stares despondently.
Not like I can even go anywhere else.
It's like he's forgotten you're there.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He is a brave man. Why is he unraveling? He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat. Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
There's something you're not getting here that he's realizing.
Who watches over him there while I come back for you? This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now. You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
What?
Actually, no. No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
This world? What are you talking about? Is this... us?
Should I reload for that red check?
Your skin is crawling suddenly.
It's real! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it's real! I knew it! I believed!
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What are you talking
Couldn't believe it when you fucking mentioned the Phasmid. I'm not dumb! I know these things! I'm good at like figuring out stories. What the fuck's the Phasmid? A crypto. Mothman. Bigfoot. It's one of those. Cryptid. Couldn't think of the word. Oh, there's St. Sands again.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
You did nail Miss Orange Disco Dancer way earlier in the game. You're really sharp. Thank you. I don't know what I've said a lot of things about her, so I'm not sure which part you're saying, but thank you. I'm good at figuring out stories. I don't know. It's a trait I have. Pretty much all of it? Oh.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Last thing I put in the memes channel is literally watching your stream. Hold on. Look. Oh, yeah.
I can see it.
Okay, so I'm not insane then.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. It's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Okay, hold on. I have to go pee. I've been holding it for like an hour. I'm sorry. I have to go pee.
Chat, quick. While she's gone, give me pants. As many pairs of pants as you can manage.
What rules, you sons of bitches?
Can somebody do me a favor? Can somebody find out on the OST what the song that plays here is? Like that's playing in this area. It's probably there's probably not a 1-to-1 correlation because the OST by Sea Power called Disco Elysium is not actually like in-game music. It's like songs based on in-game music, but I would love to know what it is.
It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss.
No, not the Phasmid reveal, the one that's been playing on this island.
The tape breaks.
The one that has the Church of Saint Sands on it.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium.
Thank you.
He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Shh. Okay.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
Your corpse will be marked by stars. What does that mean?
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Is this God? Am I talking to God?
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid. The invertebrate comes back to life, stridulating. Sets of complex eyes follow you, moving in tandem on either side of the insect's small head. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
Careful, it may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one.
I'm talking to God!
Tell me what it's like for you. Fire? Where? That is your problem. Nothing ever ends for me. There is only room for 2, maybe 3 pictures in my mind. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist. Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, Perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never burn. Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you. With all of creation reflected in your foreplay. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you. That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
In honor of your will, Lieutenant Euphrator, that you kept from falling apart in the face of sheer terror, day after day, second by second. Detective, arriving.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration. Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
What are you, fucking Cthulhu?
No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lilies. I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Or read. Yum yum.
Wait, so...
Yes, they don't mind. Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident. I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash cans and boys.
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me.
Did you guys tell me to play the sensitive cop pre-made role because it nominates Inland Empire as your signature skill? Is that why you wanted me to do this? So that I could have this moment? Was this a gambit, like 50 hours in the making?
I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51. Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry. It is only destructive over long periods of time.
So that's why there's holes in his brain. It literally destroys your brain's ability to see it, right? That's how it's invisible. It secretes a chemical that makes it impossible for you to, like, visualize it, to see it, to notice it, for your brain to notice that you're noticing it. But that eats at your brain. That's why he's so wishy-washy. That's why he is such a hypocrite. Because he can't think straight. Because there are actually holes in his brain. Do you remember how a few days ago I was talking about the core of our soul? When I was talking about Tiago? When I was talking about how deep, deep, deep down there's a part of your identity that is core to you? Core to who you are? That no matter what, if you lost everything else, if you got brain damaged and lost everything else, that would still be inherent to you? That it was inherent to you even as a child? That's what this guy is. He's lost everything else, and the only things that he could stay, like, the only parts of the mask that he could hold on to were bitterness and grief. And just anger. That's the only parts that didn't get eroded by the phasmid, because they were the only parts that he held on to the strongest. Christ. That discussion wasn't even brought up because of the game. It was kind of just something I was thinking about anyway. I mean, it was a little bit, but not that much. What an apt discussion to randomly have.
No. You are the miracle. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The
what?
radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all. It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I get it. It's nostalgia. It's no, it's more than that. It's the Pale is the total sum of all grief that humans will ever create.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident. We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse. Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget? So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Is the... No. No, it can't be. Am I the Pale? The player? Me? Kyria? I'll turn this off. And then it'll be a memory of a memory of a memory. Eventually, I will move on from this game. I will blink and it will be gone. And I will be dead. And any memories I have of this game will go with me. But if that applies to this game, why wouldn't it apply to everything else? It does. I don't know why, but the thought that I'm the Pale, that all of this will go away as soon as I stop remembering that it exists, made me violently sad for a moment. Like I had to like stop myself from like breaking out into a sob. We're having a very heavy moment. Just the game is heavy, but I love you. It's nice to see you. Big feels? Yeah. When someone else dies, that's tragic, but when I die, it's the end of everything. That's what I'm saying. Maybe that's not what they... Maybe the game isn't trying to be... That's why I said it can't be, because I don't think the game is trying to be that meta. I don't think the game is trying to be that meta, and maybe that's not what they meant by it, but that's what it feels like. Soon I will close my eyes for the last time, and everything all of reality dies with me. Soon in a grand sense, obviously. But before even then, the memory of the memory of the memory that, you know, the tarnished memory of this game that I have, of this world that I have, will also fall apart too. I don't know. Something about that thought makes me really violently sad. I don't know how else to describe it other than violently.
It doesn't look like that, no. You're just staring at it. Okay. Is it somehow related to the case? I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
No, there is one more. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class. She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I met God today. She was very, very kind.
I got it.
For all time. The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning! A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system. The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, The chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body.
And now I'm poisoned.
It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet. Looks like someone's got hurt in a fight. This antennae is much smaller than the other one.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen. It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone. Apparently, yes, like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Brother, you've managed to collect
What about the
all the
legs?
armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown. It would have looked very impressive. Still, you found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic.
Hey, it's a rare achievement.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents from the empty boy.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow, an old photo, before life came and did what it does.
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was, hiding place, or... Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Kim, we just saw God!
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point. She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
It's not just a big bug, it's God. And it met God in us.
I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us, one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now. I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alasia, or Klasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go. See.
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing. Like an addict of some terrible substance. A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dras?
No response.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it. Mr. Dras, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse. He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse. It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall. Like a drug? His pupils appear to be dilated. They still are.
It's not just chemical.
Some kind of oxytocin release mechanism? Would go with the pupils. But this is way above me, detective. You mean pheromonal? The scope? Knowing of her bruises? His disposition toward Miss Orania? I see what you mean. You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you? A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching a known species in the future, detective. He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
I lost.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there, with the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being. No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirits.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is. The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
It's been over for a long time.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind.
This guy's
His
like
back
Gollum
is
in hit game Lord of the
and
Rings.
his mouth
Gollum.
open. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
I want to be kind like the god bug we saw Kyria.
So do I. So do I.
If I eat the god bug, do I gain its
The
powers?
skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Is it my partner?
Look what the tide brought him. Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead. Bothered by it. Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that. We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Oh yeah, you. Hi.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Kemar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Battle Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Gotta have my back, let's destroy them.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Lieutenant?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trant, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid? The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
He betrayed me for the last time.
Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look safe at all. There
Yeah, I
was
don't
a
know what
giant
this
IO
is.
graffiti
It feels
in
like
front of
it.
the building, mixed with blood. I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it. Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true, and it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on. Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that.
Feels like this is not an intervention, but an execution.
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum, or maybe a short.
It's either a literal execution, I feel like he's going to kill me, or they're going to try to cohese my mind into one thing.
He's right. Don't start guessing. Now's not a good time.
Lieutenant, my name is not Horse-Faced Woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends. Okay, because you're my commanding officer, I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
Yes, I'm Trant Heilestam. I never said I wasn't Trant Heilestam. Mikhail? Mikhail's my son. No problem. What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on. Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Heidelstam, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Baby is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trant because I'm forcing him to stay. Do. It's a Major Crimes Unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die. Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit 1,000,000 times over. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would
Jean
like to
looks
hear
like a
Harry's
skull.
thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically? psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
2 millionaire hole or 2 millimeter hole in the world. Oh, I thought he was talking about the millionaire for a second.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant.
Like, do you see
I
it?
can
He
go
looks.
for that. Shit,
I don't know how to
Jesus
explain
fucking
it, but he looks like a.
has been.
He looks like a
Who
skull.
isn't? I
He
know
looks like
I
the
am.
Grim Reaper.
But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying, or insane, or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The two cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the next.
He doesn't have a
girl
halo.
mural.
He has a
Those
like
were
a
recent.
black square,
Those cases
like a
were hard
gravestone.
on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
See?
Well, here's my theory.
Oh, are they?
What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it.
Yeah, but his is
Totally
black.
Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on hard.
Well, I don't know what your erection status has to do with being able to put on your
No,
clothes.
nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip.
I don't want to fuck with him.
Doesn't matter.
I want to get out of this. I feel like he's going to kill me if I fuck
Show
with
me
him.
your badge.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. Not today, badge. You got it all right. You're showing it to him.
I did hit a
Victorious.
72.
They're
Very rare
seeing
for me.
The badge.
And your gun? He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone. I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
I washed that
He's
off.
wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
The man doesn't reply, but
It's like he wants. So is this a tribunal where he comes to complain about all the cop shit I did? Like if I hadn't gotten all my cop shit back, if I hadn't like proven that I could still be a cop? Is this where he's like, oh, fuck you, you're nothing, die? Is he judging me for all my cop shit?
You should have done a better job, is what it's saying.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain Classier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Oh, well, if you let her go, I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who shot herself.
I tried to stop
or the
her.
fact that you're Everclear's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes
Yeah, it
the
did.
cavalry.
The tribunal went great, except for the fact that Elizabeth died. I basically passed every other check.
He was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
I fucked up and had the lawyer lady died, but that's it. Other than that, I basically did everything right. Everything I could have. It went as great as it could have.
Don't make this harder for yourself.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
I don't think a better detective could have avoided a tribunal.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
Yeah, me too.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I've seen, in fact.
Fuck yeah!
He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree.
You weren't there
with
for
you,
that,
Mr.
Kim, but
Vicmar,
sure.
Was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the
No,
island,
Jean was.
camouflaged as the reeds.
I think.
It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard.
Please do not lose this
the wind
photo.
blows. flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the
No.
howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Oceana? I actually think Kuno would be even more defensive of you. I don't know. I think Kuno would be more defensive of you, genuinely. I think as a local here, I think Kuno would, like, take them to town about it. Be like, what? Yeah, sure, whatever. He's a drunk piece of shit. But since he got here, he's helped everybody. He hasn't done anything wrong. You're a fucking asshole for even insinuating that he's bad at his job. He'd chew these guys the fuck out.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective? The old man was not aware of the Phasmid's presence, exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia.
He'd be less credible, but I think he'd be I think he'd be totally on your side here.
Near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Lilianovich, a revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms: Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian.
Yeah, he did.
Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Found what?
Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was an old man, to have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70 something.
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the Phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
No, yeah, he said it outright that he killed them.
It's way more than that.
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It will pass in time.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open, in Martinez, where Evrart and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
And eyes, too. Your return from the islet must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
How? It seems to be ongoing. I see red banners on the gates.
He didn't quite solve it. He cross-pollinated information between the company rep and Evrart, until the rep came to see that the Union desires war, at which point Mrs. Messier decided to...
What? Hand clear the terminal? Sounds like you got played, Harry. Because you were off your tits on Al Ghul. Maybe, certainly, you're Everclear's peony now.
And I didn't want to do that, but there wasn't any other
He's
thing.
a mob boss, did you know? Is that why you want us to investigate the assassination of the previous Union head thing? To get off Everett's hook?
No, it's nothing like that. He was reckless with information, but ethical. We don't owe anyone anything. This allowed us to stabilize things in Martinez.
God, calm down, Jean.
Silence. Good. The man doesn't know what to say.
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is. Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Yeah, I'm allowed to do that.
Call it community outreach, right?
Yeah,
bitch. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
I didn't! They're still in my inventory!
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Yeah, exactly, Lily. Exactly.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers.
Yeah.
They are for attracting.
He's not interested in having a good faith reading of me here, and I know that, but it still pisses me off.
I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs. As in cloning itself? What makes you think so? Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation. Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
I know he feels betrayed, but I didn't fucking do that. I didn't. Harry from before did. I didn't. I literally forgot everything. He can be mad about that, but I'm a different person now. I'm fucking Theseus's cop.
Yes. That would be a chiromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's. There are species of bees that, under the influence of chiromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. Ants do the same with aphids, thinking they're...
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any chiromones.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it,
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still.
what was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church. That's great. Anthroponaut is a great new career for you. After police officer. I don't care. Go live in the Pale.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building...
Yeah, I was doing more community outreach. That's good.
It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
What do you say? You want to take this hot shit
I
back?
didn't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks. So, maybe this time.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Well, you know, you spent all this time fucking interrogating me. You spent 2 fucking in-game hours interrogating me. He could be gone now, Gene, and it would be your fucking fault. Like the 8 people who were fucking dead. Because you shadowed me and didn't help. You piece of shit.
Now.
God.
Now you will finally get to know who you are. The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher.
Is this because I had high physical instrument?
Should we maybe...
Because of coach physical instrument? Oh, is that just always true?
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair, your love of retro-style dance music, how you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick.
Okay, I know that the game is kind of built this way, but I really kind of feel like I played the most canon Harry possible. Like the most, like, 2-paper written canon Harry possible. I really feel like I did. Like, especially having done shit like researching coach physical instrument and stuff. Like, I don't know.
The incredible stamina output. Also, this guy.
I don't think Canon Harry would have done drugs. Because Canon Harry wakes up and goes, Jesus Christ. Look what I did.
God, even this javelin throwing freak here.
There's more, like, I think there are more options where Harry can be like, man, I fucked up, or like the things I did were fucked up, than there are where he's like, yeah, party animal. Like, it does seem like Harry, when Harry wakes up from this, canonically, he doesn't want to go back to that life. Maybe he's a little less sorry than I am, but like, and maybe he's not a communist, but if anything, he's probably a centrist.
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then. Yes, you taught gym in school. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a
that's
high
fair.
school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope.
Hi!
Ocean.
Hana Fujisaki says hi.
Hi, Hannah. We did sleep on the island. I had the dream and it broke me.
I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Dora something. Dora Ingelund. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Not Dora Dubois.
There's not actually a canon Harry. I'm just saying, like, I think I played a Harry that is, like, probably the closest to what they imagined Harry would be before they started adding in all the, like, extra shit. Oh, nice.
Something like that. Half Vazan. No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. God, I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah. Imagine still not being over somebody after 6 years. Yeah.
No, it was 6. Like,
No, I
ancient.
haven't. I wanted
It's
to
a
wait until the
normal
game is
thing.
done.
2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one. Incredibly bangable.
Shut the fuck up.
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Heartbreak, Welkin. Pain, Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
A lot more than her beauty.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east.
I want
Hard
to.
to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that. No. You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
I got you sweet tea. I saw.
I told you it's not that bad.
I've had a few sips of that.
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it.
It was definitely a red
we left
herring.
Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
It was supposed to make you cast doubt on who Harry was as a person. That's why it happens like 70% into the game. More like 80.
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
God.
I wish I could have talked to
There are
Ruby.
4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up. Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant. Who is Lena?
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
Hell yeah,
She
you
and
tell
her
me
husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch out, or she'll faint.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Rivershoal.
I thought the serious talk was transferring precincts.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate. Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering. Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains.
Go!
I do like the sound of that.
Yeah!
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minna? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
I've decided all of my points need to go into empathy. Almost maxed it out. I don't really know how to react to this, I'm sorry. Maybe not the time. Okay. I know you were just celebrating.
Hey Mother, we did it, and we got Kim, our best bud, with us. This makes me happy.
I think this is the best game. Well, it's one of the best games. It's up there, tied with #1.
What?
As one of the best games I've ever played in my entire life.
Subscribed for 3 months. Yo, I deliberately wasn't watching because I
It's
want
like
to play this
legitimately
myself,
tied
but
for the
congrats
#1
on
spot
eluding that disco.
with Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metroid Zero Mission.
What can change the nature of a hip?
I also think you get a game like this once in your lifetime. This is like the Neon Genesis Evangelion of video games to me. You only get one NGE once in a lifetime. This changes your life. So sorry to Pierre for being credited as racist lorry driver. You just get a game like this once in your entire lifetime, ever. We don't get another one. No, that was the old. This is now the final cut. This is now the actual voice acting that we heard. And I will say that this is one of the most important games I think I've ever played. Was it disco? Disco is hell, baby. Don't worry, Dan Cash. I have a propensity to do everything. I mean, like I said, I kind of basically did everything. Like, I'm sure there's some stuff I missed, you know, just from having done other things. But, like, I think I probably did 95% of, like, the content. Of the side stories, the quest, everything. Do you see yourself going and playing this back in your own time? Yes. 1,000,000,000% yes. I am in fact a... well, I'm a glitchy and irrepressible miracle. I mean, I would argue in some ways that you did meet the murderer before the end. You don't literally meet the physical body man until the very end. But I think how do I explain this? I think in some ways the deserter is a combination, like, the deserter is a combination of the bad you've met in every other person around and, you know, around and near, like, every person in Revachol. The deserter is the cruelty of every human being that you've met throughout the whole, you know, bit of the game. But not just the cruelty, the longing, the negativity, the loneliness, like, the deserter is the culmination of all of the bad in Revachol. But also, you met the killer. Yeah, I was gonna say, you beat me to it. You met the killer the second you started the game. Because Harry will become the deserter if you don't stop him. For all intents and purposes, Harry is the killer, as far as I'm concerned. Or he will be. Disco fan arts and gaming games and ghouls. Hey, Jinko. These are fantastic pieces of art, although I do kind of wonder... Oh, is this how you do this now? Reddit? Jesus. Who is supposed to be holding Kim here? Who is supposed to be the person around him? previous partner, Eyes. Oh, yeah. Him and a better detective, Disco, or Heavy Rain? Obviously Heavy Rain. Where's his clue be? I mean, also on a more literal level, Heavy Rain. I hate to say it, but Norman Jayden is a much better detective than Harry is, you know, given he doesn't have retrograde amnesia that makes him not know the entire planet. Mankind, be vigilant. We loved you. Or like Zalm, be vigilant, because you're going to get bought by people who are going to make a Disco Elysium gotcha game. Probably, anyway. You. Wait, what is this? Told me there were spoilers in the beginning of this. Yep, there's the Phasmid. Good God, that thing is terrifying. Echo Maker? Oh yeah, Esteban, I never went to talk to you. Never met Echo Maker. Don't know who that is. I also don't know who this person is. Scab 2. They have a portrait, so it makes me think they're important. Maybe they're not. These are Measurehead's babes. Money Man! There he is! Northern Lion. Look at him blowing a kiss. Haha. He's blowing a kiss to the Phasmid. Hold on. Get out of here. Get out of here. Look at him, Northern Lion. He's gonna blow a kiss to the Phasmid. Where's the blow kiss? Somewhere. Sure. There you go. Haha. Funny. I don't know. This feels hollow after everything that's happened. Let's just go Elysium. What an incredible game.